I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio,
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith, the NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
Genius is common. Hello everybody, my name is Lil Asmar. I'm 13 years old. I'm a kid prodigy, bass guitar player. I've been in 7 different magazines. I've been on Ellen DeGeneres, Steve Harvey, Little Big Shot Show twice, Harry Connick Jr. Show twice, Wonderama, played with so many celebrities, been on the road with Uncle Bootsy Collins, played with Nate Watts and Stevie Wonder's band, been on so many big TV shows, and this is what I can do. Genius is common.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey, it's Fran Harris, founder of Electra Sports Beverages. So excited that you are joining me right now for this live broadcast where I am finally launching my sports beverage. Now, Electra is a better for you functional beverage company that other things will come after in a few years. But right now we are launching one of the best, better for you, in fact, best for you sports drinks on the planet. Now, a lot of people will say, why would you start a beverage company when you've got other competitors, huge competitors in the marketplace in this space? Well, it's a $23 billion industry. Sports drinks, $23 billion opportunity. That means there's room to play. The reality is, if it were easy, everybody would be doing it. So I'm very proud of Electra, very proud of what Electra stands for. I'm very proud of this nutritional panel back here because we didn't miss a beat. We knew that consumers were looking for better taste, higher functionality, lower sugar, fewer calories. We knew that. And I am so proud of what we have put in this bottle. It's something that you can give your kids. It's something that you can drink yourself, whether you're an elite athlete or an everyday hustler. We put some great stuff in this bottle, and I want to invite you to join me on this journey for this big online launch party. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of room to play. I'm going to get in where I fit in. I'm going to find my niche and make sure that we develop and produce products that are absolutely amazing that our customers want. So I wanted to introduce you to Electra here. So we got 3 flavors. You've got Passion Punch, you got Oh Yeah Orange, and you got Liddy Lemonade. And so whatever your pleasure is, if you like the punch taste, if you like the orange taste, if you like the Liddy Lemonade, then you can have your pleasure, all right? But I want you to get in on this because we're doing something special with Electra right now. We're launching it first time out of the gate. That means that you can get it right now at a very special price if you participate in my Indiegogo campaign. Now let's talk about what an Indiegogo campaign is. This is not a fundraiser. This is an opportunity to generate some buzz and some fun around the launch of a brand new product. And you get the opportunity to get things like t-shirts, come to some private events. It's an opportunity for you to be a part of something bigger than all of us, right? Imagine if you had been there when that other sports drink had started 50 years ago. Imagine what it would have felt like to be a part of what you knew was going to be history. That's what I'm offering you the opportunity to do right now, is to be a part of Electra's launch to the public. Now, Electra will be available online, so you'll be able to go to our website and our store and buy Electra, but you won't be able to get access to some of the prizes that you're going to get access to by participating in this campaign. And there are many, many levels that you can get involved in. You can get involved at a very low level where you just want to be a supporter. You can get involved at a different level where you get a t-shirt and a cap. You can get involved in a different level where you can come to a VIP event with me, hang out with me and my team. Either way, get in where you fit in and just become a part of this historic launch. There should be a button on this page right now. All you need to do, click that button, and then you can learn all about the different ways that you can be involved in this particular launch campaign. All right, click the button right now. I appreciate your support so much, and I will see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics.
The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business.
Hello, 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 and welcome back and great afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I have had the plum-pleasing pleasure to have been your moderator for most of the afternoon. And this is an Olympics. And so I get to pass the baton to your next Empower moderator. Please welcome Mr. Ronald Savage Jr.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, Dr. Richey. How are you?
Hey there. How are you, Ronald? It's great to see you today.
I'm doing good. I'm blessed and highly favored.
All right, fantastic. So listen, I know we've got a phenomenal person coming up next. So I want to tell everybody, we've got speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. And the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And so we've got a dynamic speaker coming up. Why don't you tell them who's coming up, Ronald?
Sure. Our first speaker is Bill Houston. He is the executive director of the American Dream Marketplace, a national coalition of community capital board member, and he's one of 3 founding members for the Black Crowdfunding Coalition. So I want to introduce you all to Mr. Bill Houston.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Greatly appreciate that introduction. Great to see everybody. Really excited to be on, the Black Business Network. Excited to be able to be a part of the Black Business Olympics, because the mission here and the reason I am here speaking is not only to provide information, but for us to be able to raise money for the next generation, for our future entrepreneurs, our future scientists. And that's something that's really important. And I feel really honored to have the opportunity to do that today.
Wow. Well, we are super happy to have you here, and we can't wait for you to get into your topic today. Thank you for being here, and we know that genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side. Fantastic.
Thank you. Again, my name is Bill Houston. I'm the founder of CrowdMax. CrowdMax is a crowdfunding investment, crowdfunding strategy consulting agency. What I do is I help businesses to use investment crowdfunding properly and more efficiently. Crowdfunding is huge. It's growing rapidly. They think that within the next 10 to 12 years, it could be the number one way that small businesses, startups, and small real estate developers are actually funded. And that is really exciting. And one of the things that I want to start to talk about a little bit before I get into crowdfunding is the Black Business Network and the advantages and the benefits for me that I have been able to receive from the Black Business Network. Growing up, I didn't know any entrepreneurs. I didn't know any Black entrepreneurs. I didn't know any Black business owners. Everyone that I knew, they had a job. They went to work. They earned their money. Everybody I knew in my neighborhood had a car. People owned their homes. They weren't mansions, but they owned their own homes. And I grew up in this with this thought process of what it was like to be a working class person. I grew up with with that work ethic. Go to work hard. And then enjoy your time off, enjoy your weekends off. And as I began to live a little bit more life, get out and see more of the world, I was introduced to Black Enterprise Magazine. And I was so taken by Black Enterprise Magazine that the first year that I actually, got my subscription to Black Enterprise, what I did was I got a subscription for like 6 of my cousins. A 2-year subscription to Black Enterprise for them to read this because I had found something new and I had found something really exciting. And, the Black Business Network has allowed me to continue to expand, Black business. And that's a huge opportunity for me. And it's something that I try to work at hard and I try to work at it every day. With that being said, I'm going to talk about crowdfunding now. And what I want to do with crowdfunding, my goal in the crowdfunding space is to literally transform capitalism from what it is, from what we know it to be something that is different, to be a place where access to capital is democratized, right? Where not just one person or one group of people control all the dollars, but where people who invest in businesses, where people who act as the bank, are actually people from your community, people from your social media network, people from the Black Business Network. That is going to be extremely important, as we move forward. Why do I say that? Because if you think about how a business gets funded today, most of the time, you put together a business plan, you put your financials together. If you're going to go to the bank, you're probably going to need at least 3 years of financials. You're going to need some assets, and you're going to be able to go to the bank and you're going to say, hey, listen, I'm looking for a loan. But when I go to the bank to look for that loan, if I don't know a banker, if I don't have a relationship with a banker, it's going to be very difficult for me to be able to get a loan. Black businesses are turned down twice as often for business loans as people from the majority community. Only about 4% of SBA bank loans go to Black-owned businesses. When we think about venture capital, less than 1% of venture capital goes to Black founders. So it's going to be very difficult for us to be able to fund our businesses, to scale, to grow, and to expand, to hire people, to buy the best equipment. And to grow our businesses, we have to have access to capital. This is where crowdfunding comes in. This is where the democratization of access to capital comes in. Because through crowdfunding, what we have the ability to do is we have the ability to go directly to our community. We can go directly to our customers, our customer base, and we can raise funds from them. What does that look like? If you can imagine a world where investment crowdfunding is a place where Black-owned businesses go directly to your crowd, because I want you to remember this, if nothing else from what I talk about today, your money is in your crowd. Being able to engage and excite a crowd of people who want to invest in your business, who want to be able to participate in your business. Imagine if you have a product or a service, and that product or service needs to expand. People are already purchasing that product or service. They're already supporting your business. Now, talking to those people, changing that conversation and saying to them, I have an opportunity for you to become the bank for my business. I'm going to provide you with the opportunity to become not an angel investor, but a group of angel investors to buy equity in my business. That's what investment crowdfunding does. That's what it allows us to do. And by democratizing access to capital, we are going to transform capitalism in our communities and help that capitalism now begin to work for Black-owned businesses and Black communities. Why do I say that it'll be able to work for Black-owned businesses and Black communities? Because as we begin to participate more and more in crowdfunding, what happens is those investors are going to have the opportunity to invest in these businesses. So there's an opportunity for them to be able to build wealth as passive investors. And for the founders, for the business owners, here's an opportunity for them to grow their businesses, for them to expand their businesses to different markets. And that's something that it's going to be huge. That's something that's going to be very, very important moving forward. When I say being able to grow these businesses, I was looking at a statistic, and there are 3.1 million Black-owned businesses that don't have employees. Imagine if we were able to fund those businesses to become customers, to become investors, and also to become brand advocates for those businesses, help those businesses grow, scale, and become larger and larger, and then hire one person. Imagine if over a 5-year period, we were able to help these 3.1 million businesses that don't have any employees to grow just one employee over that 5-year period. That would be 3 million jobs added to the economy, right? That is huge. That is powerful. And that's what I mean by being able to transform capitalism through crowdfunding. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, what this looks like and how this can become a reality in our community. So first, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. Again, my name is Bill Houston. I'm the founder of CrowdMax, which is a investment crowdfunding strategy consulting agency. Over the last 2 years, since about 2018 or about 2020, actually, I've worked with 8 companies that have raised over $1.5 million through investment crowdfunding, which is huge for businesses that need to raise funds. With investment crowdfunding, you can raise anywhere between $50,000 and $5 million. But it's going to depend on the size of your network, how much money you can actually raise. So 1.5 million may not sound like a lot of money, but if you're a business that's looking to expand and you need to raise $50,000 or $100,000, then that looks pretty good to you. So that's something that's going to be really exciting. And it's really exciting for me to be able to work with Black-owned businesses, to help them be able to, number one, solidify their business processes on the front end and the back end. Also, to be able to engage a crowd, because once you have an excited and engaged crowd, not only can you ask them to invest, to become your banker, but those people are probably going to be your best customers and your biggest brand advocates. As an example, there's a regulation crowdfunding platform called Honeycomb. And on Honeycomb, what they said was that companies that successfully raise capital using Honeycomb credit platform, the next year increase their revenue by 60%. Think about that, a 60% increase in revenue, plus you were able to raise the funds that you needed to grow and service that growth in revenue. As I go through this process, as I've gone through this process, I entered the crowdfunding space in about 2012. through Kickstarter and Indiegogo. And, through Kickstarter and Indiegogo, what I was able to do is I was able to help businesses raise capital for their businesses to grow and expand through what they call rewards crowdfunding. In 2016, equity crowdfunding became legal. And in equity crowdfunding, investment crowdfunding, that's what I'm talking about now, and that's really what I'm going to focus on. So in 2014, Inc. magazine named me one of the top 19 global crowdfunding experts to know. I always say I'm not really sure what that meant, but it was really good for business. 2016, 2017, and into 2018, investment crowdfunding became legal, but there wasn't a lot of business going on. I had an opportunity to fly out to Los Angeles and to participate on a panel for marketing and promotion at the Crowd Invest Summit, which was billed as the largest crowdfunding and crowd investing summit in the world at the time. It was pretty exciting. And, I was there. I was feeling pretty good. I was sitting on stage and I looked out there. There must have been an audience of 1,000 people. And the first thing that caught my eye is that there were probably less than 5 Black people sitting in the audience that I saw. And I thought to myself, the community that needs this the most is the least represented in this space. So from that point in 2017, September 2017, I made it my mission to educate, Black founders, small scale developers, Black business owners in the Black community on how to use crowdfunding and how to move our communities forward economically through crowdfunding. I created a program called CrowdFit. And what CrowdFit means is it is for any business that you're talking about that's looking to crowdfund, for them to be ready to crowdfund. It's very important that a lot of things be in place that I'm going to talk about today before you can successfully crowdfund. One of the fundamental rules that I've learned about crowdfunding, in my decade in this space, is that if you don't build an excited and engaged crowd, you won't get the funding that you're looking for. But if you do build that excited and engaged crowd, you can get those people to do almost anything for you because they believe in you, they believe in your business, they believe in your product and your service, and they want to help, they want to be a part of this. And as they become investors or loaners or debt investors in your business, what happens is now they have a financial benefit tied to the success of your business. All right, so let's think about that for a second. I used to be a customer, and now I'm a customer who either owns equity or holds a debt position for a business. I want that business to grow. Why do I want that business to grow? I want that business to grow because now I have a financial benefit tied to it. Every day that the owner goes in to do battle in that business, I'm going in with that owner because we are in this together now, right? Because I own a piece of equity or I'm holding debt in this company. So what does that mean? That means probably I'm going to be a super consumer of the product or service. That means that I am going to tell everyone I know to become a super consumer of that business and invest if potentially possible. And that helps businesses to grow. There was a company that we raised capital for back in 2021. We ended the campaign. And, we were able to raise $268,000 for them from 412 investors. That's on the WeFunder platform. You can go and you can look at that and you can see that is true. But what you can't see is that year over year, we were able to increase sales for that company by 250%, right? That is the power of crowdfunding, not just being able to raise the capital. Now that's important, right? Or you wouldn't be doing it. That's a super important, but also being able to engage and inspire and get your crowd, your community to buy more products, to invest in the business, and to tell everyone they can about the business. You can think about that business had 412 new brand ambassadors. The average person has about 250 Facebook friends, about 700 followers on Twitter. Now you do the math there and you see how we were able to increase the revenue and the sales for that company because there were new people who were coming in from peer-to-peer based relationships. Again, that is the power of crowdfunding. So as I talked my way through this process, we invented this CrowdFit program. And the CrowdFit program actually, when I was working with the American Dream Marketplace, we were mentioned, the CrowdFit program was mentioned in the Wall Street Journal. It was also used as the basis for an accelerator at Rutgers University's Center for Urban Entrepreneurship and Economic Development called Crowdfunding with Impact, where I had an opportunity to work with Lanier Richardson, who actually successfully used crowdfunding for a shopping center in Baltimore. And one of my star people that came out of that program, Steve Jones from Stock. They are successfully raising capital right now on WeFunder. Go to WeFunder.com/PocStock. Take a look. Look at what it is that they're doing. If it interests you, there's an opportunity to invest in that business and get in on the growth of a company like that. That again is the power of crowdfunding. So with that CrowdFit program, not only was I able to work with Rutgers University with a 10K project, which is the largest group of Black small dollar crowd investors. I was able to co-create a course that teaches entrepreneurs how to use investment crowdfunding to raise capital and grow their business. All of that was really, really exciting. And as I move forward, I had an opportunity as a board member at the National Coalition for Community Capital to work on a program. This was just a couple months ago called Super Crowd 22. Super Crowd 22 was a massive event, right, about crowdfunding, not just for Black-owned companies, but for everybody who's interested in using crowdfunding. One of the things that was super interesting about Super Crowd 22 was that I was one of the people who were a panelist for the pitch competition for businesses to come on and pitch. What was super interesting about this was that Super Crowd 22, 5 of the 10 businesses that actually pitched on Super Crowd 22, and there was a process of elimination that got us down to those 10 businesses. 5 of those businesses were started by Black men. And what was really interesting about that is if you looked at the banks, if you looked at angel investors, venture capitalists, that would never be the case. 50% of the people pitching would never be Black. And this is how this is really changing the game, how investment crowdfunding is really changing the game for our community. Since 2018, investment crowdfunding has just expanded by about 4 times, from about $7.2 million raised to almost $30 million raised in 2020 is the latest data that they have. That is super exciting. That's super exciting for our community. And the reason it's super exciting for the Black community is because of our history here in the United States. We are already in crowds. If you think about going to church, many of us go to Black churches, right? So while we're at church, while we're at Black MBA meetings, while we're at Black attorney meetings, whatever those meetings are, whatever those groups are, where we're represented as professionals, as just simply community members, if we can start to change that conversation to economic growth, economic development, supporting Black-owned businesses, not only by buying products and services, but also by investing in those businesses, by helping those businesses to create jobs and grow and expand our community, then that $1.6 trillion that flows through our hands annually, that money can grow rapidly. I was doing some research, and this was really interesting to me. As I was looking down this spreadsheet, Canada was at number 10 with the number 10 largest gross domestic product in the world globally. And they had $1.67 trillion. So they were $700 billion ahead of Black Americans. Imagine if we were willing and able to come to the table to support our businesses through investment crowdfunding, then what happens, and this is really important, and I really want to drive this point home, not only are businesses going to get the capital that they need to grow and scale, but also people in the community now have the opportunity to invest with as little as $100 into their favorite business, real estate developments, and small businesses and new companies and founders. And to me, that is really exciting. That is the ability to democratize the access to capital. And when you think about crowdfunding, and I've talked a lot about this today, about how with crowdfunding, you're able to raise funds, but there are so many other benefits that come with crowdfunding. Number one is the affordability of crowdfunding. Most platforms that you would go on, let me back up and tell you a little bit about what a platform is. So regulation crowdfunding came about in 2012, the Jobs Act of 2012, which is bipartisan legislation signed into law by President Obama. From there, it took another 4 years for it to become legal on May 16th, 2016. So some of the rules and compliance around investment crowdfunding is that in order for a business to be able to raise funds from non-accredited investors, which non-accredited investors are just regular people, right? So accredited investors are people who we think of as wealthy. There's someone who has a net worth of $1 million or more minus their primary residence, or there's someone who has made over $200,000 the last 3 years and expects to make that again this year. Or if they're a married couple, that number would be $300,000. So that's a really small percentage. Those people for 80 years have been the only people who could actually invest in private placement deals. What is a private placement deal? So if you think about a company like Facebook, for instance, Facebook went public, they did their IPO, people bought stock, and the people who actually purchased at the IPO, they made some money. But in reality, the people who owned Facebook as a private company before the IPO, those were the people who really made out at the IPO because they already had the ownership at share prices that were really small. And then, when it went public at, 10, 50, 20, $100, then those people really made out like bandits. And now through investment crowdfunding, we have the opportunity to participate in those private placement deals. Now, those private placement deals, again, have to be on a FINRA and SEC certified platform. So the government really tries to protect investors from being, defrauded of their money. So once you get on this platform, you put up a video, you put up a pitch deck, and people come there and everybody gets the same story. Everybody gets the same information. You have to file a Form C, which is a long document that tells about the business, what the future of the business may look like, the products, the services, the management team, the finances of the business. Everybody sees the same information. So that's something that's really, really powerful. So when you go on these platforms, normally the platforms don't cost you anything. The most expensive platform I've seen was about $2,500 to get on the platform. Most don't charge anything, and if they do, it's usually around $500 to get on the platform. Now, that may seem like a lot of money, but if you raise $200,000, that's a tiny percentage of the money that you're able to raise. So when we think about investment crowdfunding, one of the things that it provides to both the businesses as well as investors is affordability. It's really, really affordable. So if I were an investor and I can invest as little as $100, if I had $1,000 that I wanted to invest, I could invest, $200 in 5 different companies. I could invest $100 in 10 different companies. So that provides me with diversification, as well as the opportunity to invest with low dollars in these businesses. These businesses are now going to be able to access this capital, but not only are they going to access the capital, they're going to have access to these new investors. They're going to have a group of people, like a focus group of people who are going to, critique the product, who are going to give suggestions about the product. You are building a team of investors, just like you would if it were, a single angel investor or a venture capital firm. But now what you're doing is you're being able to go directly to people in your community, directly to people that you know, in order to get that funding. So what that does is it makes this process much more efficient. From start to finish, if you have a crowd, you could probably get a campaign up, testing the waters, in a week. And if you hit your minimum goal, you would be able to start raising funds and get those funds raised anywhere between 60 to 90 days, right, directly from your crowd. And that's something that's really powerful. If you've ever talked to VCs, you ever talk to angels, if you ever go to the bank, this process is very efficient and very streamlined. With investment crowdfunding, and this is something that's very powerful, definitely make a note of this. If you're a founder or a small business owner, is you keep the control. You are able to set the terms of the deal. Now, obviously, the terms that you set for the deal have to make sense to the investors, or they won't invest. But you get to give up as much equity as you want. If you're using debt, then you get to set the interest rate. You keep control. So this is more efficient. It is a way for businesses to be able to keep control of their companies, of the terms that they're offering, to investors. This is a way of doing market research. Right now, if you have 50, 100 people who've invested in your company, you can go directly to those people. You can ask them questions. What is it that you would like to see? What improvements? What are things that you would like us to make adjustments to? Really being able to understand, the market and what people really want. Because now, again, remember this, these people are on your team now. They have a financial benefit tied to the success of your business. And that is an important point for us to remember as we go through this process and we think about this. It is a opportunity for businesses to really get market validation. If people are willing to part with their money to invest in your business idea, your products, your services, what you have is real. The crowd will absolutely tell you yes, no, or not right now. Everybody wants to hear yes. Nobody wants to hear no, but no and not right now may drive you back to start this process again.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. You gave such a wealth of information. I was simply floored. How about you, Ronald? Unmute your mic.
I'm sorry. It was very interesting. Very interesting.
Fantastic. So, Mr. Bill, how can people get a hold of you that need to know about the funding, that need to know about why it's so important to connect with not just you, but people like you and broaden their network?
Absolutely. So one thing I like to say really quickly is we are focusing on building a Black crowdfunding coalition with myself, the 10K Project, other organizations, and Crowd Wall Street. So you can reach me and you can get a ton of free information at crowd-max.com. That's my website. You can go there and take a look at my blog. I think I have about 112 blog posts there. You can go to Bill Houston YouTube channel. I have 120 videos there that you can absolutely watch. You can connect with me on LinkedIn at Bill Houston 1. And, you can connect with me also at Bill Houston at crowd-max.com. If you go to my website, there will be a pop-up and it'll give you an opportunity to download my ebook, Real Estate Crowdfunding Basics. This is a real opportunity for our community to be able to move forward by supporting each other in a financial way.
Fantastic. Wow. Well, we greatly appreciate you and we're looking forward to seeing you back on the next time. And until we meet again, we know that genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side. Wow, that was awesome. Did you enjoy it, Ron?
I did enjoy it. I did.
Fantastic. And I'm so happy that you and I get to share this moment in time. So let's tell our viewers, because some are, I'm sure you've been with us most of the afternoon and we appreciate it. And some of you are just coming on. So let's tell them a bit about why we're here, about this fundraiser and what else is going on. Right.
Yes, we're here. We are here to let you know that the Black Business Expo is here to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and for K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate. And you can also donate at the Cash App below at $BBXUSA. And I want to let you know that our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to that scholarship fund.
Yes.
And we also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2022. So I want to thank NC100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth Empowerment Motivation Support LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Sweetheart Mitchell Collection, Carolina Virginian Minority, Supplier Development Council, Creative Force Studios, Work the Thing Supplement, Lotus Rocher Ignites, Black Business Group Network, Stocks vs. Stickers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Tech Nicole Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprises LLC, Genius is Common, and Black Business Expo USA.
Wow, that's a lot of folks. And guess what? We're happy for you as well. And Genius is Common, and we'll see you on the other side.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Trusso, you're face to face. Second, on Trusso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Trusso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Trusso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Trusso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trusso is both social and safe. We refer to Trusso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trusso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trusso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trusso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trusso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business.
Hello and welcome back.
Business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business?
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start boxing today.
Hello, and good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome back to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Lourdes Roche, and I'm one of your business moderators for this afternoon on the Black Business Network.
The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate. And I have the amazing pleasure to introduce you to the other moderator for the afternoon as well, who's going to tell us about our next speaker. Ronald?
Hi, everyone. I'm Ronald Savage Jr. I'm your other moderator for this evening, and our next speaker is Tyrone Poole. He is a former NFL player and two-time Super Bowl champion. He's an author, speaker, trainer, and TV personality sports broadcaster. I present to you all Tyrone Poole.
Greetings. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing? How's
Hi,
everyone?
Tyrone.
How you doing? Can you guys hear me okay?
Doing fabulous, and we can hear you okay. Just speak up just a little more, Tyrone.
All right, let's see if I can make some adjustments here. Let's see here.
I think you sound great.
Okay, I know you just said that.
We couldn't almost hear you over all the cheering for you, Tyrone.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me now? Everything
Yes,
good?
I can hear you now. Well, listen, we have had the pleasing pleasure to have you here before. And it's without question that we are in for a treat having you back. And so I'm going to slide on over because genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone. I want to thank God, praise God, my Heavenly Father, for giving me this opportunity. Thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for this opportunity. I want to thank Dr. Kelly the third and Black Business Expo, USA committed, the word committed, the Black Business Expo, USA. They are committed, a committee that is committed to putting together this wonderful event. The Black Business Expo, as we know, is a week-long event of information and inspiration, and most importantly, motivational messages with speakers from all over. So again, I'm very honored to be here. I got to give a special thanks to all of you who are watching and listening. You are the true reason why all of this is happening, why I am here. All right. So give yourself a round of applause wherever you are. Again, my name is Tyrone Poole, and my job this moment is to tell you about becoming a change maker. How many of you out there want to be a change maker? Want to be a change maker? Want to be a change maker? You want to be a change maker? How about you? You want to be a change maker? Well, be careful what you ask for. But today is your lucky day, because I am going to give you the cliff notes on how to become a change maker, okay? So if you're going to be a change maker, first thing you got to understand, you got to be a fighter, okay? And being a change maker can come in business. Being a change maker can come in family. Change makers are people who help others, along with themselves, go to the next level, whether that's mentally, spiritually, or physically. So I'm going to start off with a little joke, all right? See if you guys can follow my joke, all right? A group of employees are getting to know their new co-worker, and the topic of the last job comes up. So one of the employees asked the other co-worker why she left that job. It was something my boss said, the woman replied. Why? What did you say? The employee asked. You're fired. You'll get it. Think about it. But honestly, I didn't come here to make you laugh. I didn't come here to make you laugh, make myself laugh. That was just my one joke minimum for the day. Okay, so I'm not here to give you guys any type of pep talk. I'm not here to waste your time, or am I here to waste mine? I'm here to give you a serious report. Okay, and that report that I'm here to tell you about is a future filled with fight after fight after fight. Remember, I asked you just a while ago, I asked you, do you want to be a change maker? I'm pretty sure most of you said, yes, I want to be a change maker. And then I said, you have to be a fighter. You got to be a fighter. Each level is a fight. So that's why I'm here to tell you about a future full of fights. Fight after fight after fight. All right. So the type of fighting that I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the fighting with your fist. Even though I know sometimes we want to punch people lights out. We tell them to do this. We tell them to go right, they go left. We tell them to go north, they go south. No, that's not the type of fight that I'm talking about. The type of fight that I'm talking about is a mental fight. It's a mental fight. It's a mental fight when it comes to being a change maker. I'm telling you, there is a mental fight, There is a fight before the fight in order to achieve ultimate success in life as a change maker. There are principles and patterns and procedures that must be followed and applied if you are going to advance yourself and the people around you to the next level. All right. And guess what? Guess what the reward for winning a fight on level 1 is before you go to level 2? That reward, when you get to level 2, you guessed it, another fight. So you got one level that sets you up for the next level, which introduces you to another fight for ultimate success in being a change maker. You guys still want to be a change maker? How many still want to be a change maker? Well, let me give you some examples of what I mean by next level fighting, because some of you may say, well, Tyrone, I quite don't understand what you mean about fighting. Okay, fighting, next level. What are you talking about? Okay, all right. Let's take preschool, kindergarten, first grade through high school, now college. Okay, those are different levels. And when you were in preschool, you had to learn your ABCs, your 1, 2, 3s. It was a fight. Just to be a change maker in preschool. You think you've made it. I know my ABCs. I can count to 10. Now the change occurs, and now you go to kindergarten. You go to the first grade. You get to the first grade, okay? Now you're learning 1 + 1, addition. You're learning subtraction, okay? There was a fight to do that. Now, just remind yourself now, coming out of preschool, there was a fight. There was a fight in preschool. There was a fight in kindergarten. Now you're in the first grade, and there's another fight. Now you become another change maker. You overcome that fight. You're a change maker. You get promoted to the 3rd grade, the 4th grade. Now you're in middle school. It got to get easier now, right? Got to get easier. No. Now you're introduced to another set of levels, another set of rules, another fight. It got to end in high school. No. It's a fight in high school. Okay, college. I get to college. I know it's over. The fighting is over. No. You're just being introduced to another fight, just on another level. Okay, all right? But in order to overcome those fights, you got to understand that there are principles. There are procedures, okay? You got to understand that there's a foundation. In all of those levels that I just explained to you, giving you examples of preschool, kindergarten, first grade, middle school, high school, college, there's one consistent principle that you can find in every level, not only in life, but business, and all of you who want to be a change maker. When I talked about the school system, the one common principle is the numbering system. Preschool, kindergarten, 1 through 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You learn how to count. You get into the first grade. You still got to know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You get to middle school. You still got to understand 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. On and on. You guys get the point, right? So now if you go to a new level, say if it's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. What is the common principle? Even though the levels change, the common principle is 0 through 9. Never changes. So that's why, again, I'm going to give you a formula. I'm going to give you something that's going to help you. If you can understand the foundation of what I'm going to give you, it doesn't matter what level you go to in life. Whether you want to be in business, whether you just want to have a family, or you just want to be a better you. This formula, these principles, these procedures will not fail you. Let that sink in for a moment. For those who still doubting, let me give you another example. All right, a formula. Formula is another word for principles, right? Another word for principles, procedures. How many have you taken algebra? Taken algebra? I was pretty good in algebra. Yeah, I was pretty good in algebra. I was pretty good in math. Math was one of my strongest subjects when it came to education. I actually went all the way up to calculus 2, believe it or not, calculus 2. So probably could have been an engineer. Never know. But algebra. What is the key to passing algebra? What do you have to know and understand in order to pass algebra? And if you know this one thing, algebra is easy. Anybody know? You must learn the formulas. The formulas. If you know the formulas, it doesn't matter what number, how many letters is on the test. You're going to pass it because you know the formula. And that's the reason why I believe a lot of us are failing. We're failing at being a change maker. We're failing at business. We're failing in life because we don't want to operate by the formulas, or we don't know the formulas, the principles of life. So today, I'm going to give you what I believe is the formula that will help you overcome the fight before the fight for ultimate success in life as a change maker. So you better get your pen and pad out. Hopefully you got your pen and pad out already. If you haven't, this is your opportunity to open up your drawer, pull out your pad, sharpen your pen, or sharpen your pencil, or use your pen. Use a marker, whatever you have to do. Use a crayon, but you better take these notes, okay? All right? Because what I'm about to give you is proven, it's been tried, it's been tested, and it has come out in purity, okay? I'm giving you the top of the cream, all right? So, you say you want to be a change maker, all right? The ability to help yourself and others take off like an airplane from point A, whatever point A is in their life, and arrive at point B, whatever point B is in that person's life. Now, this formula will help you handle the roller coaster rides of life, the highs and the lows. How many of you can identify what I just said right there? How many of you are on that roller coaster ride right now? You're on a roller coaster ride right now. Some of you may be at a high, but oh, watch out. There's going to be a dip coming. And those who are at the bottom, the high is coming as well. And I even believe this. In order to handle the highs of life, this roller coaster life, In order to handle the highs of life, it's the lows of life. The lows of life that prepares you for the highs of life in this world system. So, ultimate success in life. What is ultimate success in life? All right. I believe ultimate success in life is about stability, sustainability of success. Sustainability. Remember, I just said about the airplane? Okay. You want to take off from point A and arrive at point B. All right. So ultimate success is the sustainability of success. So you got to be okay. That's why you got to be okay with the fight before the fight. All right. You got to put your gloves on and you got to be ready to fight. All right. And I would be bold enough to say that the fight will continue until you die. That was sink in for a moment. Because the reason why I say that is you are continuously changing. Life is changing. If you go back to a place you haven't visited in like 20 years, it's changed. It's changed. Some of you are changing. Some of you can't put those pants on you used to put on 5 years ago. And some of you can. Some of you have increased weight, and some of you have lost weight. We're changing. We're changing. But if you know the formulas, you know the principles, then you can always be ready for the fight. Mentally, the fight to stay in shape spiritually. So this is what I want to paint. The beautiful picture, this canvas is what I'm going to paint. My 7 formulas for ultimate success in life as a change maker. And if you do them, people, I'm telling you, you will increase dramatically. You will increase dramatically your chances for ultimate success in life as a change maker. Change maker in your business, change maker in your family, change maker in yourself, change maker in whatever. Now, before you start to utilize these 7 formulas, you first have to know what career. Let's say we're talking about business. What career? Or if you're talking about yourself, what system? Because a lot of us operate off of systems, all right? We have the female system, the male system. We have the father system. We have the mother system. We have the son system. We have the daughter system. Okay, we have careers. My career was in sports. So if you're going to be successful, you first have to identify the system or the career or whatever it is you're trying to pursue. If you want to be a doctor, you want to be a lawyer, you want to be a politician, you want to be a president, maybe a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. No matter what you do, it will involve a system. A system. Okay? And this is where I believe most people fail. Their failure starts right there, what I just said, the system. They don't know what they want to do. So if you don't know what you want to do, then how can you utilize and maximize? Okay? It's an old saying. There's an old saying. It goes, if you don't know where you're going, then how you going to know how to get there? So I'm going to give you these 7 formulas, and I'm going to start by giving myself an example. Give you an example of myself, all right? Again, I said I played sports, all right? American football. For those who may be watching around the world, I played American football, all right? And for me to be effective as a change maker in sports, in American football, I had to know the rules for American football. Baseball, basketball, football are played with a ball, right? But each sport has different rules. I think a lot of us operate off of what I'm about to explain to you guys. In order for me to be effective in American football, I had to know the rules for the system of American football. I could not apply baseball rules. I could not apply basketball rules. I could not apply soccer rules. Only the rules that apply to American football. And that's why I say a lot of you, you're failing right there. I'm going to be me. I'm going to do it the way I want to do it. No. Like Matumbo. No. That's what they're going to tell you. Just like that joke I just told you, right? Earlier, that joke, when they were asking the employee, the new co-worker, why did you leave your last job? Well, the boss said, he said something to me. What did he say? You're fired. No. We don't do that. So again, people, you got to know the system. Okay? Now, what is a system? A system is a set of procedures or principles according to which something is done, an organized scheme or method. I hope you guys wrote that down. Okay? I'm not going to repeat it. I'm just kidding. I'm going to repeat it again for you. What is a system? A system is a set of principles or procedures according to which something is done, an organized scheme or method. Now, I want you to ask yourself, what system, career do you want to pursue in becoming a change maker? And once you know your system and you study it, I had to study football. I studied football when I was young, watched some of my favorite heroes, sports heroes. Again, even though I'm watching them, I'm still learning the game. I'm studying the game. It's kind of like baseball. They say baseball, the sooner, the earlier you can start getting your hand and eye coordination on the same page, the better baseball player you're going to be. So that means you can't wait until you get into high school. You can't wait until you get into college. You got to start when you're young. Soon as you can pick up a bat or a stick or a ball, that's when you start training your hand-eye coordination. So, do you know your system? And are you studying it? And if you say yes, then you are ready to apply the formula which will help you fight the fight for ultimate success in life as a change maker. And you will help others and yourself maximize. So here we go. The first formula. If we write it down, people, write this down. Sacrifice. All right. I'm going to pull a Shannon Sharp here. Capital S, capital A, capital C, capital R, capital I, capital F, capital I, capital C, capital E. Sacrifice. That's a big one. I had to spell that one out like that. All right. Because sacrifice is one thing that most people are not willing to give up. What's the sacrifice? What is the sacrifice, Tyrone? Okay, I'm glad a lot of you asking that. All right. Because a lot of you may not know what sacrifice is. All right. You can't take it for granted that people know what you're talking about. What is sacrifice? What is sacrifice? Sacrifice is a loss of something. It's a loss or something you give up, usually for the sake of something better. You guys want me to say that again? You got it? All right, I know you could. I'm going to go on and move on. Now, what did I sacrifice? What did I have to sacrifice to become a professional athlete? Well, I sacrificed college parties. Yeah, that's right. I sacrificed the parties, and I went to an HBCU. So you know how we do it at the HBCU, baby. We party. Yeah, we got party. But they would throw a party for anything. They would throw a party if a leaf fall off a tree. Oh, it's party time. It's party time. The DJ talking, making rap about how the leaf fell off the tree. So it was a lot of fun at the HBCU. I enjoyed my times at Fort Valley State. But because I knew that could be a distraction for me, I gave her that sacrifice. I gave up my fun. my time to have fun, because I knew I wanted to have ultimate success in football. So I did not go home for the summer. That was another sacrifice that I made in college. Whereas everybody else was going home, I stayed at the school during the summer instead of going home. So, are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to sacrifice? Number 2, understand. You got to understand, people. Understand means to perceive the meaning of, grasp the idea of, comprehend. All right. Do you know? Do you understand why you're sacrificing? Yeah. You're sacrificing. You understand that you're sacrificing because you want ultimate success as a change maker. That's why you're sacrificing. The third one. I got 7, right? I got 7. Number 3, write this down. Confrontation. Confrontation. Oh, woo. Now I call this one hump day. This is hump day. You know, during the week, got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Wednesday is hump day. This is the hump day in my formula. Why is it the hump day? Just listen to the definition. Confrontation, a hostile or argumentative meeting or situation between opposing parties. That's why I call it my hump day. Because if you can overcome confrontation, if you can get on the other side of confrontation, people, I'm telling you, it's downhill from there. It is downhill. And that is why most of us, not only do we fail because we don't know what we want to do, but we fail right here as well. And I don't even like using the word fail. I just use the word failure because it's a baseline that most people understand. Me personally, I say I'm either winning or I'm learning to win. Because everything is a learning opportunity. I never fail. I may stay in a learning pattern for a while, but eventually, just like that roller coaster, I'm going to be on the up climb, all right? And I'm winning. So this is where, again, confrontation, I call it also the fork in the road, all right? You will either quit here or you will move forward. And sad to say, a lot of people have quit because they ran across confrontation. Sometimes that confrontation came from the person in the mirror. I can't do it. I'm not good enough. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not strong enough. I came from the wrong side of the tracks. You stop yourself. The confrontation don't have to come from other people, places, and things. It can come from the person in the mirror. So, do you really want ultimate success? If you do, you got to be able to overcome confrontation. All right? Now, what's my next one? My next formula, commitment. Are you committed? Are you committed, people? Are you committed? Are you committed? What is commitment? Commitment is the state or quality of being dedicated to a cause. Now, when I was at Fort Valley State University, the Fort Valley State University, for those who don't know what Fort Valley State is is located in Middle Georgia. So if you go and identify Macon, Georgia, then you go a little bit to the left of the map, and you're going to see Fort Valley, Georgia. And that is the home of the Fort Valley State Wildcats, my alma mater, where all of the greatness began, people, where the changing started, okay? All right? So when I was at Fort Valley State, again, talk about commitment, right? I was so committed to sports, working out, that it did not matter if it was raining outside, if it was cold outside, if it was hot outside. Wasn't a second thought. Wasn't a second thought. Because I was committed to reaching the fullest of my physical potential, because I was trying to get into that system of the NFL. So my question to you, are you committed? Are you committed? Because if you're committed, then that commitment will help you overcome your confrontation. You overcome your confrontation because you understand the sacrifices that you are making for your ultimate success in being a change maker. Number five, efficiency, people. You got to be efficient. What is efficient? Efficient is achieving maximum productivity with minimum wasted effort. Now, I love the track. I love track runners. I ran track. I ran the 100 and 200. And when I think of a track run, I think about aerodynamics. Efficient. As they run, their hands have to be put in the right position. It cannot go too high. It cannot go too low. You have to have great technique. More productivity you will have. So that's why the definition fits so well in this formula. You have to achieve maximum productivity. To the end of my session of giving you guys a formula to help you become a change maker in whatever aspects of life you're trying to be. All right. Guess what? I'm not even charging you guys for this. All right. You guys are really getting billion-dollar information here. You guys are getting information. You start applying it. You know, I got to pause right here just to say this. You know, as I began, I started talking about and acknowledging God. God is my Heavenly Father through the blood of Christ. You know, there's you know, people would say the joy comes in the morning. Okay. Joy comes in the morning. Now, if you listen to that, you'll think, okay, if you're going through something at 12 a.m., 1 a.m., then you got to wait until the morning before joy comes. I don't believe that. I believe joy comes as soon as you change your mind that you want to go from being mad to being glad. That's when joy comes. Now, if you want, joy can wait all the way to the morning. If you want joy or having maximum success in your life, ultimate success in your life, can wait 5 years. It's all up to you, the person in the mirror. Okay. So you guys are getting something that is proven that if you use it, you can get success starting when you use it. So number 6, okay. Number 6, the stability, okay. Stable, the definition for stable means not likely to give way or overturn, firmly fixed. Now, the type of stability that I'm talking about emotional stability. Right there. A lot of us make a lot of emotional decisions that end up being permanent decisions. So you can't make a permanent decision in a temporary situation. And if you can keep your emotions stable, and for me, myself, how did I keep myself emotionally strong? Well, during the ups and downs of football, there's opportunities to have bad games. There are opportunities to have good games. There are opportunities for ugly games, games where I was injured, opportunities for emotional outbursts when you lose, when you win. Staying stable was the key. So can you remain stable during the roller coaster ride of life, the highs and the lows? And as they would tell us in sports, when you get to that high, you're never as good as they say you are. And when you're down low, you're never as bad as they say you are. That's why you got to have stability. You got to keep it right there in the middle. All right. Now, after you have applied these first 6 formulas, you will come to the 7th one. The 7th formula for overcoming the fight before the fight for ultimate success in life as a change maker. And number 7 is spirited, full of energy, enthusiasm, determination. Now, as I wrap this up, I come to an end. I'm going to put all of this together. I'm going to squeeze all of this together, all right, to let you see how what I just said to you operates in a football game. Let's take the offense, for example, even though I play defense, but I think the offense is a better example here, all right? So I'm trying to sell you guys some tickets, all right? So you know they say in sports, offense sells tickets, defense wins championships. So, but it's a team effort, nevertheless. Okay, so when you see this football team, they just scored a touchdown, right? They just scored a touchdown. A lot of you watched football yesterday. A lot of you going to watch football tonight. You watch football the rest of this week, okay? So when these guys score a touchdown, the reason why they are spirited is because every man stayed stable during that drive, okay? They started on the 20-yard line. Every man stayed stable. Every man was efficient. They got maximum productivity during that drive because every man was committed. They were committed. They were dedicated to the call, the play call that came from the sideline, the play call that the quarterback gave in the huddle. Even though they had confrontation from 11 other angry men, myself, defense, trying to prevent them from getting that ball into the end zone. But that offense remember? They understood what they were trying to achieve. And each man, regardless, was willing to sacrifice. Even if I wasn't going to get the football, I'm willing to sacrifice by running and doing whatever I can to make my teammate achieve ultimate success in putting this ball into the end zone. So you see how that formula works, people? It works in sports, it works in life. And I believe sports is a great, great metaphor for life. So, after hearing the formula for ultimate success, my question to you, are you okay with the fight for becoming a change maker? Are you okay with the roller coaster rides of life, the ups and the downs, the highs and the lows that you're going to experience when you're changing your life, your career, your family, or someone else? Are you okay with it? So if you are okay with it, I want you to say and repeat after me, I am okay with the fight. Are you okay with the fight? I am okay with the fight. One more time. Are you okay with the fight? I am okay with the fight. And I'm okay with the fight too, because I just won, baby. I just worked that thing. So again, go out and be great. And I want to thank Dr. Kelly for giving me the opportunity. And I want to thank Black Business Expo for what you're doing to help people be great. You guys go work that thing. I can't hear.
For some reason, my mic muted again. But listen, I want to thank you for being here. You're always dynamic and you're always amazing with great information to share. Let me ask you, how can people connect with you? And what's next for you?
Well, definitely they can connect with me. Anyone wants to connect with me, you can go to TyronePool38.com, TyronePool38.com, and there you'll find out all the wonderful things that I'm doing. Again, TyronePool38.com.
Awesome. Fantastic. Well, we can't wait to have you back with us again. And until we see each other again, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. What an amazing opportunity to sit next to him and share his amazing knowledge, wisdom, and inspiration. And that's what we're about, sharing knowledge and inspiration. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or even K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to our scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App and you'll see it trickling below. And you can also use $BBX USA. I'll say it again, $BBX USA. You see, our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, we're not going to leave you out. You too can go and register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com because every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for November 2022. NC100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth, Empowerment, Motivation Support, LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Sweetheart Mitchell Collection, and of course, Creative Force Studios, Work the Thing Supplements, Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting, LLC, Business Group Network, Stocks versus Sneakers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Black Metaverse Enterprises, LLC, Genius is Common, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business?
Hello, and welcome back to the Black Business Expo, Black Business Olympics. Good afternoon, good day, good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome back to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Lourdes Richey, and I'm your business moderator for the afternoon, along with another phenomenal moderator himself, and you'll see him a little bit later. But let's talk about the Black Business Network and its amazing ability to be a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And we have another phenomenal speaker that I'm so happy to introduce to you. Let me tell you a little bit about Paula Orizzi. She is an author, she's a speaker, she's a coach, and she has a passion for helping people be inspired to change and create a positive and win-win outcome. Her experience includes mentoring others and leadership development. Paula's life motto is to be a change agent in everything she does. Her message is for business-minded professionals or anyone wishing to start their own business and needs help to overcome mindset beliefs and conduct sales through relationship building. Her why is to help people overcome destructive patterns regarding thinking habits and daily investment habits. Paula has been featured on some of the most phenomenal platforms, podcasts, and so many other arenas. And these arenas are really designed to encourage others to live with purpose. And that's what she's going to help us with today. She was recently named as the top 50 women leaders to look up to in 2022 by Passion Vista magazine. And we have no place to look other than right here at the Black Business Expo and Black Business Olympics. And so, with a hearty greet, help welcome Miss Paula Orizzi. Come on, y'all.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing exceedingly well. So super happy to have you. You have some amazing accolades, and you're doing so much around the world to help so many. So, Paula, tell us more about yourself, about your background story, and give us some great details.
Oh, wow. Where do I start? Right. I mean, literally everyone has a story, right? So it's interesting. I was thinking about how I got started and everything and just what I'm going to share with everyone because there's so many things that happen, but it's a very encouraging start. My journey actually started in my teen years. You know how that goes, right? So I struggled. I struggled like a typical teenager with self-identity and worth. And I thought of myself as not being good enough, right? To be someone important in life, or what can I offer to someone? I was always questioning myself with my value. And then I quickly decided, like, no, like I am in this world. I have an existence for a reason. Okay. So, you know, when you have that aha moment. and so my thinking had an impact. I knew that, like, in my teen years, that my thinking had an impact on my decision in life. And I used to compare myself to other people and thinking if I had their gifts, you know, their talents, their abilities, what I could bring to the table. And then I quickly learned that I was stuck with me for the rest of my life, right? And so I needed to be okay with that. And so that's when, in my college years, I had a very, very like interesting journey. I was once upon a time wanting to be in pre-med, but I quickly had a love for business and I had a passion to start my business. And so I kind of tried different business opportunities, but the long story short is that when I was in corporate America, I was just working and proving myself and trying to figure out, like, hey, I'm up for this promotion, right? But it was just that moment where I just started to really fight with that belief system. Like, what can I do as a woman? Am I going to be really empowered in corporate America to contribute something? Again, that's my bad thinking, right? My stinking thinking, like they call it. Yep. And so I actually, just for fun, I started a t-shirt that said, I'm good, I'm just good enough, right? And not knowing that that was going to be the start of my business journey. And then I quickly realized that every time I was having a conversation with someone, they're like, you know what, Paula, every time I talk to you about something or I'm chatting with you, you always encourage me to look further than what I'm looking at or change my perspective about my journey. And so I just started to help other people with that same belief that I had struggled with in my teen years and even in corporate life setting. And so now here I am, just kind of, you know, going with the flow of what the world wants me to go as, but like more of the flow of like, all right, what is in me that I can contribute to the world with my gifts and talents. So I'm known to have the animated personality. And so that's what I do. I bring that passion into what I'm talking about, but I'm also making sure that people understand that they are here, they're part of the puzzle, and that what they're contributing in life is bigger than what they think. So here I am.
I like that. I like that. And you know, you said your business kind of took off fundamentally because you were already helping people already. You were giving them value through the connections that you were making with them. You weren't just talking to them about your business or about their business, but you were really connecting with them. So let me ask you this. Why does valuable connections really matter to you? Because it seems very important to you.
Well, definitely. Connection matters because you need people. That's as simple as it is. You really do need people. And I can say, just from my own journey, just thinking back, is that without the valuable connections that I had, I wouldn't be here. Right. And I always look at, you know, the connections that I have are the people that are going to help me to go to my next level of like my commitment. Right. Like if I have a commitment that I want to, you know, speak in a different level of influence, right? So being able to have those connections in my life is important. And so that's why it's important who I spend time with, how much time I spend with them, you know, who am I listening to? So that's why for me, the connections that I've had formulated over my journey of starting my business up till now has been instrumental.
Okay. Now I heard you say that it's been instrumental. Now I want to go deeper. I want you to really share with us how has forming those valuable connections helped you specifically, one, in your personal life and in your business.
Okay. Wow. Well, okay. First off, I will say that in my personal life, my connections were, I had mentors, right? I actually had mentors in my life, thankfully. And they were always the ones pulling out the good inside of me, inside of me, right? Like every time I was, like I mentioned in my early time here, that I was sharing, like in my teen years, in my college years, I was struggling with my self-identity, worth. And I had people who spoke life into me, who said, Paula, I know you may not see this, but I see you doing greater things than what you're doing now. Or Paula, you have this gift of connecting, specific points to help people understand. You have this gift of connecting with people. And so the mentors that I had, the ones that I was connected to, really helped to formulate, okay, maybe there is something after all inside of me that I can contribute, right? And as it relates to the professional world, that's when I decided, okay, well, in my personal life, I have a lot of connections, right? My mentors, but how can I seek this calling, this thing, this great thing that they see in me on a professional level? And so I started to network with other people. I asked questions. I went to people who were actually doing what I wanted to do as well, so that I can see, okay, you know what, maybe there is something in this for me. And one of the greatest opportunities that I had that literally changed the course of this, especially with the speaking aspect of what I do, there was a speaking talent show that I kind of ran across, and ladies were like, you probably need to look into that. I'm like, no, I was like, no, probably not for me. But I quickly realized, all right, you know what? It's now or never. Now I'm going to share a little bit of a personal conflict that I had with that. In the same year, y'all, I lost my mother from cancer. And I was already dealing with a lot of that, pain that comes with losing a mother. And this was all like very, very sudden. But at the same time, I knew my mother, she was like saying, hey, Paula, you are going to be great. You're going to be a speaker. You're going to do great things. I believe in you. And so that's actually what pushed me to do it. So I went through the application process. I had to do an actual audition, and I was connecting with the person in charge of this whole talent show, unknowingly building relationships with her, connecting with her on a consistent manner. And then once I got selected to be part of this talent opportunity, and I got selected as one of the speakers, they typically don't do this. They don't invite the speakers to their own platforms. I got invited back to her platform. And she said to me, she mentioned, Paula, there's something about you that resonated with me. And I wanted to invite you in my own platform, my own podcast. And no pressure, right? So I was like, oh, none at all, right? I said, well, this is the time to really showcase all the stuff that people have, were saying that I see in you. And this is the time for me to really put my best foot forward. Even though I was dealing with the loss of my mother, that her hard work and how she worked hard for me as a single parent, it pushed me more. And so that valuable connection, believe it or not, after I was featured on her podcast, that's when other doors of opportunity started to open up in her own network. And she was inviting me to Facebook group, and then her Facebook group became my Facebook friends. And then the business aspect of it really started to happen because her friends, her valuable network of friends were inviting me to speak on their platform as well. So again, just wrapping up how important it is to identify your calling, right? But then also it's the connection that's really going to start getting the wheel turning.
All right, fantastic. And so my heart goes out to you. I lost my mother back in February, so I can understand how challenging that is. And that's a pain of the heart that it takes a lot to get through. And so I want to congratulate you for how you push forward and you use what your mother said as a mentor to help push you forward. I always say great mentors need great mentors.
Yes.
So I want to ask you, because you talk about reverse mentoring, I'd like you to share with us what reverse mentoring is and why is reverse mentoring so important?
Yeah. So, with the traditional route of mentoring, right, we always have it where it's always a senior person helping to mentor someone who's kind of in the beginning of their phases of a business or even in corporate setting. What I found with reverse mentoring is that it's essentially the formal relationship for the purpose of skill sharing and professional development. Like between the mentor, which would be the junior, okay, so it's kind of like a switch, and then the mentee is the senior leader. So in essence, having my own business, for example, and I have someone working for me, I wouldn't be the one mentoring that person. That person would be the one mentoring me. Because believe it or not, I do see a lot of people shy away from that method, but it has been proven where you would be surprised what your employee or someone in the organization that's kind of getting their feet wet would bring to the table. Because we're all learning in different capacity. We all have different, obviously, we're all born in different eras, right? But we can each learn from each other. So that's what reverse mentoring really is about. And one of the things that I always want to share here is that why is it important, right? You asked that. So it allows for that creative collaboration, because even though, yes, you are CEO of your own company, we all know that we can think up and we can dream up as much as we can, but being able to have someone to pair up to give us a little bit of advice, like we take ourselves out of the little, how could I say, decision maker hat, and allow that time for someone to pour into us with, hey, this is what skills I know. This is where I've learned this opportunity or learned more about this opportunity. This is a good time to connect and take a step back. And also it does take a lot of humility, right? Because we're CEOs, we're the head of the company, or we have a leadership title. We know what we bring to the table. And so, what I've found with reverse mentoring is that it provides the ideas for forward movement of an organization, especially when it relates to different we have the multi-generational multi-generational gaps, right, happening in the corporate world right now, where a leadership is always, you got to be older to be there, and then if you're younger, you're always in the entry level, right? And I get it. There are people who are starting off with their professional life, but like I said, this reverse mentoring is really to empower the entry level folks that are coming into your organization or even in a corporate setting, allowing them to have that voice, empowering them to say, hey, I do bring something to the table. Okay. And then also the last thing I want to share about why it's important is that it provides that open feedback. And then it also provides that openness with leadership across your organization, or even if someone's still in corporate America, allows them to feel like they have a voice and not feel like there's this parent-child relationship when it comes to seniority versus a manager or a, like they say, bottom line.
As a prior engineer and being a naval electrician and working all around the world in other countries, I've been so blessed to be the mentor and the mentee. And so with each position, it brings about different things. So I want to know, what role did you play in the reverse mentoring relationship? And were you the mentor, the junior, or the mentee, or the senior lead?
Yeah, so I actually experienced this when I was in corporate America, and that's what piqued my interest all the more to really exercise it on my own business level. Is that so I was the actual mentor, and I was so intimidated because, again, going back, like, what can I offer to this senior leadership personnel that I'm going to be connecting with? And so that was the role that I played. And it was where in the industry, I was a center director for a company, an education tutoring company. And they had the VP of marketing. So I, a director, was supposed to mentor a VP of marketing. I'm like, yes, no pressure. But I took it on because, honestly, the fact that they were allowing that to happen, it provided a lot of opportunity for me to express my views on things related to the role, but also being able to have that moment to say, okay, Paula, like, you can actually have an impact here. You're actually being empowered to have an impact. So that's that's the role that I played there.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And I think also what you're sharing with people is that we can't let the fact that we may be in a junior position scare us away from being that mentor to someone if we need to mentor them. I remember I was 19 years old. I was teaching electrical safety on board the ship. I had a captain come into my class, but I had to sign that captain's quals off lest they couldn't have anything electrical on board the ship. And it was very surreal. So you've been in a position as well where you've had someone maybe who had a higher position than you, but you were able to take the reins and still seed into them and do that kind of reverse mentoring. That's phenomenal. And also be the senior mentor as well. That's great. So let's talk about when it comes to the reverse mentoring. Were there any outlined objectives or goals for you?
Yes, actually, the objective was really they were trying to connect on the leadership development aspect of the business, like because they had so many directors in different centers across the nation. They wanted to understand, okay, what can we do better for leadership development for you as a center director in your role?
Right.
And also the other objective was marketing and outreach initiatives, because that was something that, again, you would think as a VP of marketing, they already got it set. What can I offer? What can I add to the table? But believe it or not, those were the two objectives was, okay, let's see what you can mentor me, Paula, in those two areas. And so that was the outline. And then the specific objective was to really be as like descriptive as possible, but making sure that I'm adding my own take on it, not necessarily asking other people. So they really wanted to really focus on the intellect of the individual.
Right. And how challenging was that for you?
Oh my goodness. Very, very challenging because, again, talking about like we were just chatting earlier about my mindset, right? And the time I was like, what can I offer? I'm only this, right? We always do that. I'm only a center director. I'm only, what can I bring to the table? But it was difficult in a sense of that. But honestly, I was the person in the role. I was the one doing the role. And that's what made me belly up and say, yeah, I can actually do this because I'm in the weeds of this.
Right. That's awesome.
So I can actually bring some kind of valuable, tangible, valuable, inspiration to this initiative, this reverse mentoring.
Awesome. So let's talk about some of the topics. What were some of the topics you were discussing during the sessions?
Yes. So one of the topics that we were discussing were mainly, so we had the growth and assessment. So going back to leadership development, what kind of growth and assessment tools that they had in place, right? How's that working? What would I want more of? And what skills that I have right now that I can offer? Because they were going to at least, just trying to at least have my take on creating maybe a leadership course to help develop this program, right? So that was another little extra layer of pressure is like, hey, we're not just going to hear what you're going to say. We're actually going to put an action plan and implement, and you may be part of that, right? And then also, again, going back into the actual initiative, the area marketing aspect of, all right, do you know your market? How do you know your market? What are you doing to know the market around you? And thankfully, I was already making those initiatives where I was, contributing my time to networking in a chamber of commerce, right? Doing things that normally, tutoring companies would not do. So in a good fashion. So showing that, wow, here's Paula, a center director who is taking her career very seriously at the time, but she's also finding creative ways to market the center, to bring more business to the center and doing unconventional things like who would sit in a chamber of commerce public policy meeting for 1 hour, right? I had no business there, but again, it was just showing that creativity. And so that's what we chatted about that. We also outlined specifically some of the assets that it took, like what tools did I use, right? Like with social media, for example. VP of marketing, yes, you would, again, we're always thinking they know it all, which in this aspect he did. But they grew up in an era where, there was a lot of old school habits. And so I brought my new school habits into the mix of this reverse mentoring, which also gave him an aha moment. But here's the extra challenge. This person was not able to provide their personal feedback on if they agree or not. They were simply in the backseat in a listening mode, which was intimidating because in my mind, I'm like, is this good or is he resonating with this? Or is he resonating with this? But the great thing is that that was my moment to feel empowered to bring life to what this was going to accomplish for not just myself, but for the organization as a whole.
And the great thing is that they got to really sit back and really see it from a different perspective, which in turn must have really helped to bring them even more value and to help see things from a different point of view and maybe even tweak some things that might have made some improvements. So that's great. So let me ask you this. Were the meetings, were they online? Were they in person? Because I could only imagine how nervous she must have been. But, how was the meetings? Were they in person? Were they standing there with you, or were they online so you were kind of cool?
So they were both set up as hybrid model, right? So there was, so it's twice a week. And this was for 3 months. And it took full commitment. So our calendars were to be blocked. This was not going to be overriding anything else because this was not only a corporate objective, it was a goal for them to roll this out for all the other centers. So met in person I remember Mondays, but the great thing about this is that we met in an informal way. So it wasn't at the center. It was more on next door to a coffee shop in an open area because they really wanted my perspective not to be like, because, when you're in your work setting, you kind of feel like so stuck in that box. So being in a coffee shop, it's almost like more relaxed. And that helped me because, again, the intimidation didn't leave me yet. The fact that I was mentoring a VP of marketing, my goodness. So we did that one-on-one valuable insight. And the meeting time, the length was an hour. And I didn't do all of the talking. I was able to ask questions, but I was also able to do majority of the conversation because, again, the goal was of the VP of marketing to be able to be acceptable of what I'm, saying, and just kind of, if he asked a question, yes. And I was able to even provide any like little takeaway homework, so that was very empowering too, because it's like, again, they were able to go back and have a reflection question post our meeting so that they can come back and have some kind of response there.
That's awesome. So I think that you shared that the time frame was like 1 hour, maybe 1 or 2 hours per meeting. So what was the actual expected time commitment as far as duration is concerned?
Yes, so we had this as a 3-month initiative. So the goal was they were just piloting this for 3 months, right? So that they want to, do this quarterly with different directors. I happen to be the first one. Yay. No pressure there, right? Leaders lead, right? So, so it was a 3-month duration, and it had to be, because again, they wanted to make sure that they were measuring the consistency of our meeting and also the quality of the meeting. And that way 3 months is a good enough, for the perspective of the center to understand where things are at and where they're trying to go. And it gave enough time for an action plan as well.
Right. Okay. That's fantastic. So let's flip the script. Let's talk about the participants. So what was the overall commitment needed from the participants?
Well, definitely had to be committed to listening more than talking, right? So in this sense, the participant was the VP of marketing because that was the mentee, but this person had to connect with the leadership team every session. So every week there was like this, it was like a reflection that they had to send over to his or her boss. Because again, it wasn't just me mentoring the VP of marketing, but it was more of, okay, you connected with Paula. What was your reflection in terms of what she taught you or what she brought to the table? What did you learn, right? That's hard when you want to insert as a VP. I'm sure he had, because this person's very knowledgeable, wanted to insert their own perspective on, I would agree with this or I would not agree with this. But being able to be open to providing a statement of the outcome of our sessions was very helpful. And it was also a way for the leadership team to understand how this reverse mentoring model would take place for the remaining of the centers.
Awesome. So how did you, because you got a lot of moving parts here. So how did you monitor the progress of the program?
Yes. So the great thing about this is that we had a tool, an in-house tool where it was a shared document It was a sharing, sharing data platform.
Yeah. Yes.
And so we actually had all of our meeting time and notes there, because again, my goal was that I'm going to do majority of the talking, and believe it or not, the VP of marketing was the one taking notes, because again, this was the time for them to have the reflection of what we were discussing in that session. And that was another opportunity for me to bring up other upcoming opportunities of what we're going to chat about for the next session, so that they're ready to be acceptable of that. And so this document was going to be used also to share as a post-reflection after the 3-month duration of this reverse mentoring relationship, so that again, the effectiveness is going to be measured on what are the quality of the notes being taken by the mentee. What were the objectives and outlines? Were they on point with that? Did they stay in that, that lane that we formulated for them, right? And so that was the goal of that. It was a visible document, but again, the goal was to really make sure that we can actually formulate an action plan at the end.
That's great. So with the reverse mentoring relationship, did it have any focus on diversity and inclusion? Because as you know, many corporations around the world are really focusing on diversity and inclusion.
Actually, bingo, that you hit it right on the head. That's exactly that was the reason why they actually started that, is because there was a very small percentage of African American center directors in when you compare to all how many centers, like 50 plus centers, right? And so they were wanting to elaborate on, okay, let's give a voice, right? Not necessarily give a voice as let's feel sorry, but more so like, hey, we always listen to a demographic. And so we need to make sure that we can spend time on listening to someone who's coming from a different perspective, right? Different, and also it's not only just diversified, diversity based on skin color. It was more diversity of like, where'd you come from? What background are you coming from as a person in the education industry, with your actual leadership development abilities? Because I had my master's in leadership, right? And then also my in entrepreneurship as well. So they were looking at it as, we always listen to this group. Let's see what this group can bring. Now, here's another thing with regards to the diversification of it, is that the age, right? We always, always, and I always say that with the always.
Young, word. Oh, yes, we are.
Yes, it's always like, well, what can you teach me?
Right.
You are a younger generation. Like I used to get that. I'm going to be honest. I used to get that. Well, what can I bring to the table as I'm a young person? And so that was another thing, was that there was a certain age that was always part of these feedback, these meetings, when they're doing like strategic goals, like when they're formulating all of that. It was always the input of the elders, the older crowd, the ones who've been there longer, right? And so this is another opportunity to say, we may be missing out on a lot of things simply because we're not listening or providing the opportunity for our bottom line, or for those who are kind of starting entry level in their professional life. We're not giving them that voice to be empowered, to be part of the strategic planning, to be part of just making an impact in general, So I will say, I probably didn't mention it earlier, they actually provided a survey. They sent out a survey.
Oh, really?
Yes. And I was selected, and I don't know what I put on there, but for some reason I was the person selected, and that was another way that, provided that opportunity too. So.
Awesome. So you kind of hit on some generational gaps earlier. So let me ask you this, because in life and in business, there are a lot of generational stereotypes, a lot of generational gaps. So did the relationship break down generational stereotypes as well?
Yes. And that was the bingo aha moment, was that the VP of marketing, this person that was my mentee, I was mentoring, mentioned at the end of the 3-month mark, they were like, wow, I learned so many things from you that I would have not expected. And they quoted that. And, in my mind, I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you wouldn't expect that? What are you talking about? But I took it as like, oh my goodness, that's that just was just sharing. He was just sharing how like there were a lot of aspects of his role that he didn't take consideration of us being on the forefront doing it and how to do it, what tools will work, how to communicate even to our own generation, right? How to even some creative business ideas, right? He was able to gain a handful of insightful opportunities that did break down that stereotype. And a part of this conversation that I forgot to actually mention was there were a lot of honest conversations and a lot of honest conversations, of course, with boundaries, right? But there were honest conversations that it would be a little harder if it was on a group, Zoom format or even corporate meeting setting versus mentor to mentee. And so and then there was they had to sign that, hey, they're going to honor what we talk about and boundaries, and here's where we stay within. But that was a great relief for me to know that this person, not only he didn't do it as a task, but he did it as really like took it to heart. And believe it or not, that changed his own perspective in his own career and how, and he did move forward in another company, but he was able to thank me for that because it gave him another way to go into another company with that open mentality.
Right.
So it broke down a lot of the stereotypes.
That's awesome.
That has happened. Yep.
And so without question, it sounds like you were given the freedom to really operate in the best zone of genius, if you will, and really provide him the value he needed to really make some significant changes if changes needed to be made, but also to see other generations the way they needed to be seen so that they could really be understood and also that he could understand. That's
exactly
powerful. That's really powerful. Wow.
And that's the thing. I'm sorry about that.
I always talk about the importance of cross-generational training and cross-generational teaching and conversations, because a lot of times the things that are stereotypes from one generation to the next, sometimes, the generations are trying to move forward, but they get so sucked into these stereotypes. And unless they are given the voice to convey, hey, this is not what we're doing anymore, they kind of get stuck in that rut and nobody's listening and nobody's caring. And it seems like no change is about to be made. But you made some significant change and gave great value. So that's awesome. So let me ask you this. I said earlier that great mentors need great mentors, and we talked about the ability to reverse mentorship. And in my mind's eye, this is something that needs to go on consistently, just like the generational gaps. When we fail to fill those gaps, things get lost. So how often would you recommend setting up reverse mentorships? Annually, quarterly, monthly? How often?
I would start off, especially because I just described the corporate setting, and I know that there are a lot of business owners as well. They can do that with their own company. I'm planning on doing it with my own organization too. I would say do it annually, because right now, especially if you're in the beginning phases of your business, doing, because it takes time, right? It all circles back to how connection matters. You want to be connected to the right people, and that includes the people that's working for you or even yourself in a corporate setting. You want to have the right connection, the right intentions, and then being able to implement that reverse mentoring. The reverse mentoring it's not a implementation like mess. It's really a simplified way to start a relationship with someone who does not have the skills that you have in terms of the seniority, right? And allowing to be open to receiving the feedback. And you'd be surprised the creativity, the collaboration, the empowerment that not only you're providing to that person that is starting off their career in your own organization, or if you're in corporate America, you're giving them that voice, you're giving them that empowerment that, hey, you matter. Because here's the thing, when you are, and this is what I say to everybody, I tell that to everybody, you have knowledge, I have knowledge, but who accesses it first is the difference, right? So that's why reverse mentoring is important, because it's not necessarily an age gap thing. It's because some things that I know, I may have access to it first, and being able to share that knowledge with you, Dr. Ritchie, is going to be valuable for you. So that's how I look at reverse mentoring. And I would also say, once you start it annually, keep the momentum of consistency, because that's how all of this is going to contribute to the growth of your business eventually.
Exactly. I really like that. And I hope, viewers, that you've all received some phenomenal value from what Paula and I have been able to discuss here. And if you have, go ahead and put a 22 in the comment block, put a 22. And for those of you that are replaying this, put a 22 in the comment block, because Paula has come in and boy, she set the place on fire. So let me ask you this. In your opinion, could or would reverse mentoring fail? And if so, or if not, do you know of any examples that you can tell us about?
Where do I start? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Well, with anything, there's a rate of success in failure, right? Okay. And I will say that, the failure, this can fail because there's an unwillingness attitude from the senior team, right? So like I mentioned, it is all about humbleness, being humble. And so that's the first stage for the person who's going to be mentored. In this case, it would be us as CEOs or the person who's in the leadership role. And then the lack of confidence from the junior team, right? So if I'm the mentor and I have a lack of confidence, how am I going to bring, my empowerment, my value, my assets to the table to mentor a CEO? And then also the lack of dedication, right? It all takes commitment, dedication. Doing reverse mentoring is not some little flyby thing you just check off as a task list. It is going to take intentionality, because the goal is we're not doing this just to say that we have a working relationship, but we're doing this because at the end of the day, our goal is you're going to feel empowered to input some kind of growth, some strategic growth to my organization, and vice versa. I'm allowing you to know that you have a voice. You are empowered to bring your knowledge to the table as well. So there's a give and learn exchange that's happening, but it's only going to fail if, again, the foundation is humbleness, being able to communicate and be consistent with it.
I love that. And one thing that we do know is that for anything to become a habit, and for things to work and businesses to thrive and habits to thrive, it takes about that 3 to 9 month mark. So I thought that was ingenious, because it helps people really develop a commitment, not just talk about it, but really, really be about it. So I really like that. So look, I want to thank you for sharing what you've shared with us. And how can people connect with you and find out how to be a part of what you're doing, and or how to implement it in their own businesses so that they can thrive?
Yes, and thank you for that opportunity. I have a website that pretty much is the one-stop shop for signing up to be in the know of things and getting some community knowledge there as well. And my email is on the website as well. But my website is paulaostore.com. Very simple, paulaostore.com. And the email address to me directly, I do answer all the emails. It's info@paulaostore.com. And feel free to, send your comments, any questions. I'll be happy to connect.
All right. So I want to thank you for sharing that. But I got to ask you this. How did you benefit overall from your reverse mentoring experience? How did you benefit? Because you gave great value, but how did you benefit?
How did I benefit? Let me tell you. Personally, it gave me a sense of empowerment that I can connect with change, even in a corporate setting. And that actually in turn allowed me, even now starting, having my own business, even when I started my own business, being able to provide, actually implement a reverse mentoring on a smaller scale. I did that with a mentee, with a mentor that was literally fresh out of college and was able to actually give me some feedback that changed how I even did business. It even changed what kind of merch I provided. So that's what the assets was like. It just gave me a sense of wow, I can collaborate with someone who doesn't quite have the, they're not CEO yet. They're kind of fresh out the water, right? Like they always say it. Yes. But getting the fresh ideas and getting those implemented right away to show that I'm listening to show that I do care. And now this person feels empowered. And believe it or not, they started their own stuff and messaged me today that they're doing well. So this is
Awesome.
like, it's a two-way street.
Awesome. Well, I hope everyone has taken notes, and you guys, I'm sure you saw me typing. I'm taking notes too. I'm working double duty because this is awesome information. And it goes without question. Many of us, well, our businesses can use reverse mentoring. And so without further ado, hey, Ronald, thank you for being up here with us. I hope you got some insight. What did you pull out of this before we let Paula head out?
What I pulled out of this, it was very interesting to hear you talk about how you as a younger person were kind of in charge of people older than you and how your experiences was doing that.
Yes, thank you. Very intimidating, but it was worth it.
Intimidating, but worth it. So listen, we are so happy that you were here today. We look forward to having you back again. And Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side. Wow, that was awesome, Ronald. I'm so happy I got the opportunity to sit, and I had to take notes. Y'all probably saw me typing. I got to take my notes too. So, Ron, it's all yours.
Yes, like I said, she was a young person doing what she had to do. And, that's part of what we at the Black Business Expo want to do. We want to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and also for K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go and donate at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And you can donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App below, $BBXUSA. We also want to let you know that our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register at the website, once again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, and we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We'd also like to take our time and thank our sponsors for sponsoring us for the month of November. Those sponsors are NC100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth Empowerment Motivation Support, LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Sweetheart Mitchell Collection, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Creative Force Studios, Work the Thing Supplements, Lotus Rocher Ignites, Business Group Network, Stocks versus Sneakers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprises, LLC, Genius is Common, and Black Business Expo USA.
Wow, thank you so much. Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like, baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Hey there, welcome to Get Lit Worldwide.
We are your global reach influencer marketing agency, here to help you bring your exposure back, especially during this pandemic. Get Lit Worldwide is brought to you by the Emmy award-winning executive TV and film producer, Tommy Morgan Jr., and producing partner, Val Ortiz. So that pretty much makes us an award-winning marketing agency. With us, we only do marketing that works, using the most viral, captivating, and ROI-focused social media influencer campaign strategies for brands. So let me go ahead and tell you the truth. Businesses can no longer afford to ignore the popularity and importance of social media platforms promoting their products and services. We connect companies to our highly sought after exclusive influencer database across all major channels, guaranteeing authentic, memorable campaigns that yield immediate results, powered by insights, data, and creativity. Don't stay behind that 8 ball. Learn the advantages of partnering with social media influencers to showcase your brand. This is the future of authentic and people-centered marketing. Let us show you how our services will get you lit worldwide.
As women, you and I will contribute more to our organizations, more to our families, and more to our communities. When we show up to rise up, everyone wins.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Good day. My name is Meredith Leon McCormick. I am the founder and the editorial director for World Bride magazine. World Bride magazine was founded some over 20 years ago, and it was supposed to be a response, and I believe it still is a response to the lack of diversity in the fashion and specifically the bridal industry. We created it with the intention of being very inclusive to show women of color, to show couples of color of all backgrounds that were getting married, that have families, that are consumers in the bridal industry. I heard specifically from the brides that there was a need for them. They didn't see themselves, and we're not only talking about Black women, we're talking about Asian, Latina. They all wanted to be seen. Arab, Muslim, all these women were like, oh my God, I'd love to submit my wedding to these magazines, but nobody ever answers me. And I just wanted to be that answer. So one of the things that has helped us to stay in business and sustain us is the partnerships that we've been able to forge with amazing brands. You know, I've been able to call on Chanel and Dior and say, hey, listen, I run a magazine. We need some products. What's going on? Do you have any new things that you're releasing? they've given us access. They've sent us what's new and allowed us to make the blast about content and things that would interest our readers. Why? Because typically people don't think bridal and that is connected. And then the relationship that I forged with Ford Cars, General Motors. You know, we did a beautiful video where we shot for our one of our issues, and they provided us with a beautiful car, and we were able to show that. Where's the connection? It's all connected. This couple will need to buy a home, will need to buy a car, they will start a family. All of these things are connected. Whereas in the past, everybody only focused on the day of the wedding, we focus on the lifestyle of the couple that's getting married. So World Bride is more than just a wedding day publication that only focuses on the flowers and the cake and what dress you're wearing. We go further than that. We want to talk about guess who's coming to dinner, you know, how do you set your table? You know, what are the fine chinas that you can use, the etiquette of planning a dinner, you know, how do you design your home space? We've had guest editors from Doreen Chambers, respected home decor designer who creates beautiful spaces. So for us and a person that understands marketing, when the brands look at bridal, think outside of the box. You're thinking of the wedding day. We, as a magazine, we're thinking of the lifetime of the couple. And we're excited about what's to come. And we're super excited to show you more travel and WBN TV. So we're looking forward to bringing you so much, much more and lots more video content. So until the next time, ciao, Bella.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Ronald Savage Jr., one of your moderators for this evening, along with the magnificent Dr. Lotus Richey. And I want to let you know that the Black Business Network is a 24-hour network dedicated to showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, Africa, Singapore, London, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is dedicated to sharing business knowledge by empowering, inspiring, and educating businesses about business. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Lulu Brown. Jacqueline Lulu Brown, fondly known as Lulu, is a dynamic woman of faith who has spent 40 plus years in information technology and engineering. She has held technical management and executive leadership roles worldwide since that time. As a transformation speaker, master life strategy, elevation coach, and consultant, Jacqueline Lulu Brown has traveled the globe extensively, and she is the founder and CEO of Revolution Ascension. I present to you all Jacqueline Lulu Brown.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
You're
thank you,
welcome.
thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to let you know that genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Good evening, everyone. What if I told you that you can make the types of choices you need to make to increase your wealth, access ways to have better relationships, connect and collaborate to make effective business moves, increase your thinking and creative power through something you already have? That is the power of you. You. Here is something to think about. The most brilliant and dangerous, dangerous person on the planet is you because of the power in you. I'm here this evening to provoke thought and to make you think, because tonight it's all about you, Black Business Olympian. First, let me ask you a question. Do you know the source of your power? Is it someone else's process or blueprint? Ask yourself that question. Our versions of power are varied, but they are specialized to each of us. Rather than accepting the traditional interpretation of power, you can discover what power looks like for you. You can do this by paying attention to what lights you up. When you find yourself breathlessly talking about something, you know what that is? That's passion. And your power lies in your passion. Pay attention to the things that make you awake and alive. Then feed those things. Here's a quick story about finding one's power and genius zone in that power. I had an opportunity when I was in corporate America. I spent about 42 years in information technology and engineering. And I was at a C-suite leadership training. And we were asked to get up in front of the room and to introduce ourselves. And we had to do it twice. The first time you were going to describe what you did in your career and in your job. And the second time you introduced yourself, you were going to talk about what you do outside of work, your career, your job. And so the first time the feedback was, wow, that was great. You're very, and they always use the word articulate. You're very articulate about what you do. And, it was great. And then when I got to the second piece, there was this hush over the room. And I'm kind of like, okay, what's wrong? And the feedback I got was, you're in the wrong job. You light up. The room lit up. You illuminated the room. You came out of yourself. I mean, I had all these kind of what I thought strange descriptions, but what it was, they saw my passion. I was describing what I did outside of my career in that breathlessly, really exhilarated manner. And they noticed that. And people began to say, why are you not an attorney? Why are you not a civil rights leader? Why are you not someone that advocate for children? And I didn't have an answer because I was on one path and it wasn't a bad path, but outside of my career, that was my genius zone. So what did I begin to do? I began to take everything that I did in my personal life, which was outreach work, ministry, community advocacy. I took the deep characteristics and the deep passion of that, and I applied that to what I was doing in my career. At that point, things changed very, very quickly and for the better. So what I'm saying is, once you've discovered your power as a person, think of your power as the ability to influence others. Think of your power as the ability to control your life's events. This is the form of power that comes from you as an individual with your characteristics rather than some other formal authority. Remember, the most powerful version of yourself is you. Another quick story. I'll never forget walking out of a job interview and feeling like I am absolutely bad to the bone. That was my thought. I knew I had conquered that interview, and I knew I had been my best. I was most in control because, believe it or not, I was in control of the interview. I was most persuasive. And I thought to myself, wow, this is what power feels like. As I returned to go back to what I was doing before the interview, and I quickly got some feedback. And the feedback was all positive, except I didn't get that role. And here's the thing, I didn't want it. I just wanted to ace the interview because it was one of those check the box. We got to make sure that all the minorities apply, but we already selected who we want. And that was okay with me because I was loving what I was already doing. But it was important for me to operate in my own power during that interview, regardless of whether I wanted the role or not. You likely have similar experiences. Maybe it's nailing a job interview. Maybe it's giving the perfect joke at the perfect time. Maybe it's earning a comment from someone that says, that was so helpful. Maybe it's hitting a deadline or even racing through to a victory on something that looked impossible to begin with, but you were operating with that power deep down inside, who you are at the very core and essence of your being. The other piece of operating in your power is really knowing who to surround yourself with. You have to surround yourself with other powerful people. Now, if you are the smartest person in the room or the smartest person in the circle, newsflash, you're in the wrong room and you're in the wrong circle. Become an intentional learner that continues to learn from others. Mark the perfect person. Doesn't mean they're perfect in every area, but mark them and be an intentional learner. But always make sure that you are not the smartest person in the room. Now, let's talk about authenticity a little bit and the power of you. Authenticity is often thrown around like a mantra, but it's not. It's knowing that you are being your true self. Remember, I said who you are at your core, and you are navigating the waters like a dolphin in the deep blue ocean. Notice how dolphins, they can make it through some of everything in the ocean. Another quick story. When I started my business, I wanted to utilize my middle name as my branding, which is Lulu. Now, I was told that, oh, you shouldn't do that. Lulu sounds unprofessional. You're not going to get corporate contracts. If you're looking for corporate contracts, this is not going to happen. And clients are going to be kind of slim to none because the name just sounds so unprofessional. Now, I thought about that and I'm like, nah, I've come too far at unleashing the power of who I am at my core. And Lulu is an eccentric person. She's different. She's powerful. She's influential. She's phenomenal. And I was not willing to give up that part of me because it sounds unprofessional. Here's something else when people challenge you operating in the power of you. Think about things that others don't consider unprofessional. While I was in corporate, no one thought it was unprofessional for them to tease me and make fun of my name by calling me Jackie Brown, downtown Jackie Brown, or referring to me as Jackie Brown, which was the movie that Samuel L. Jackson starred in. And I'm like, oh, so they didn't think that was unprofessional to yell down the hallway and say, hey, Jackie Brown, downtown Jackie Brown, and always relating my name, not saying my full name, Jacqueline, but Jackie Brown. They didn't consider that unprofessional. So why should I let someone take away my power with utilizing Lulu? Another piece, you must see yourself as uniquely, beautifully, and an incredible person. Some may say, oh, that's thinking too much of yourself. You're supposed to think a lot of yourself. You're supposed to know that you are one of the greatest people on the face of the earth. See, the part that we miss out with as people of color is we're taught to keep your head down and work hard and be humble. That's kind of thrown out, especially in our faith-based institutions. Be humble, be humble. But people forget to tell people that the humble man says what God says about them. So God says you're great. You're phenomenally made. When you're following the masses, people seem to be content with you doing that. But if you start veering off on a path of your own, it seems like, oh, people are criticizing. Don't be afraid to veer off on that path because that's what the 1%ers do. And here's the thing, you don't have to have the money or you don't even have to act like the 1%. But what you want to do is you want to not be afraid to take risk like the 1%, but not be reckless. You don't have to adopt some of their, I'll say, unscrupulous ways that they've obtained their wealth, but you can be clever and operate in your power. Because how do you think they got to be the 1%? Some of them actually did go into their own authentic power. Some. Another quick story about authenticity. I was in corporate at this time, and every year you get these 360 feedback, and I was outperforming my peers. I knew that. And you know how good is never good enough for the colored girl? So I was going through that, and I was just working. And every year when I went through this 360 feedback, you get all of this feedback about what other people think about you. Then you get what they deem to be your weaknesses. Well, that right there did not rest with me. Why? Because I don't believe in weakness, and I don't use that language. We are not people that have defects. We have development opportunities. It's always an opportunity to grow higher. And here is the real rub. Those tests are subjective to the person that's filling it out. So while my peers were getting promoted and I'm busy trying to follow this 360 feedback every year, I said, you know what? This is not working. And kind of threw that out and operated in my authentic self. As I started operating in my authentic self, guess what I found? My genius zone. That zone that those folks in the first story I mentioned that saw this totally different, elated person, that authenticity. In that was my genius zone. Once I began to develop my own playbook from my genius seat, guess what? I started operating in my power, the power of me. I started getting promotions, salary increases, worldwide responsibilities, receiving above and beyond what my peers were receiving. Now, guess who was sitting on the sidelines wondering, how is she getting that? Yeah, because I was operating in the power of me. You can operate in the power of you. All you have to do is go down in the core, in the essence of who you are, and find it and let it come forth. And don't be afraid. Here's one other thing. Now, when you are operating in the power of you, never go into overload. Never go into overload of being masculine or feminine. Those are two energies. You don't want to go too far because authentic doesn't mean becoming toxic. Too much of either masculine or feminine can be toxic. Unhealthy feminine energy becomes manipulative, and we don't want that. Unhealthy masculine energy, when it's toxic, it becomes overbearing. So we want to be careful that we understand when we are operating in the power of me and you, that we've taken the time to really understand who we are, uncover our genius, and then start operating from that seat of power. In closing, operating in the power of you is how well you integrate your family. Now, this is real important. Operating by integrating your family, friends, loved ones into what you are doing. Don't try to go back and sit back and do it all on your own. Remember, we are powerful collectively in numbers, and you want to make sure that you are leveraging that so that you can operate in the power of you. Don't try to do it all on your own, but utilize the power of your family. A friend's mother once said, learn from others' mistakes because you will never live long enough to make them all yourself. So I'll say this: don't despise the old for their wisdom. They know the way. Remember, older people know the way most. And if you find someone that seems like they don't, then run quickly. Also, pull strength from the young. Why? Because they're strong. Why? Because if you've got a deadline and you need to stay up all night, a really good college student can help you. Someone that's young, someone that is pretty much used to meeting those types of deadlines. I hope something that I've said has enlightened you, has helped you to think a little differently. And as a thank you, I have a free gift for you. If you would like a free 30-minute consultation with me, you can do that by going on our business Facebook page. This is like really super easy. Our business Facebook page is Revolution Ascension. So obviously facebook.com and then / Revolution Ascension. All you have to do is click on the book button, select an available slot, and I will send you a questionnaire. Why? Because I want to make sure that you get the most out of our session. I want to offer what I can in those 30 minutes to help you uncover the power, unleash the power in you. Thank you so much. And I now yield back to our host. And I guess maybe they didn't, well, until somebody comes back, I will, let's see, give another tip because I did not want to be long-winded because it's late. And when you are, so here's something to remember about operated in the power of you. Know your audience, know what time you're in, understand all of the dynamics so that you are fully operating from your power. If you're the last speaker at the end of the evening, do your best not to go very, very long. Why? Because people are tired and they tend to kind of die out. The other thing is keep your energy high. Always keep your energy high. People can feel energy, and you want them to feel your positive energy. You want to make sure that you are giving off a electricity that is connecting with people. You don't want them to either fall asleep, but then you don't want them to get that sort of disturbing, like, wow, I'm not sure, I can get with her, because maybe your body language, maybe your expression. So just a couple of other things to think about when you are operating in the power of you. And I'll yield to the host. Ronald will be right with us. Hey there,
Hi.
Ronald.
Hello, hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Okay, that's great. I noticed we do have a question from a Sweetheart Mitchell collection, so we'll wait to see what they have to say. But I just want to know, like, did you feel comfortable doing this?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just, I felt very, very comfortable. And the reason is because, number one, I am totally an extrovert. So that kind of helps. There's a whole story, and you are way too young to know the story about the cartoon character Lulu, but my mom gave me that name. And that character is totally a piece of work. Every time somebody went right, she went left. She was noisy, always disturbing and upsetting the apple cart. And that has always been me. So I can say that I did feel very comfortable. But then again, remember I told the story about when you are in your passion and you're doing what feels so good. And to know that I am speaking to young people and to know that I want to give them some of those nuggets so that they don't make the same mistakes that I did, or, some of us that have sort of been through it and navigated these waters. Because guess what? We don't wake up just like this. Nobody wakes up in the morning and like, whoo, here I am. This is a growth process, but you have to know your power. You have to uncover that. And one thing, as people of color, we are not taught that. If you notice, no one criticizes Caucasian males for bragging or taking the front seat at the table. No one says anything. But the minute a person of color does it, there's something wrong. They're being disrespectful, or they're not, they're being condescending. Sometimes it will be the word, when all you're doing is speaking your truth. You're not being condescending, you're just telling the truth. But when they do it, it's okay. So when you unleash that and you do it in a way that it's received, because you want people to receive, that's the important part of operating in your power. They have to be able to receive. And trust me, after 40 plus years in corporate and at the C-suite level, you can do it. I'm a witness.
That's good. That's good. So we do have a question here from Sweetheart Mitchell Collection. She wants you to share exactly what you do because she missed it.
Okay. I'm gonna give you like a real simple couple of words. I am a International Coaching Federation certified master strategist coach. That's a whole bunch of words that just means that I'm a coach. I just happen to get all of my credentials from institutions that are recognized worldwide. The other piece is that in that I do consulting. So women in leadership. I do consulting to help organizations bring their women leaders to their next level in a manner that kind of takes them out of these square boxes that sometimes we're put into. In addition to that, I also have a Ascension Academy, and it's all about women's empowerment. It's about talking about the things that we want to talk about, but we never do. So it's raw. It's really raw and it's real. The Ascension Academy goes to the heart of the matter. It doesn't leave any stone unturned down in the core of who we are. And anything that does not serve us, I help women to kill it at the root and get rid of it. Because the thing about roots is roots are not easily destroyed. You have to really dig them out. If you ever cut down a tree and you notice those roots continue to spread, you have to go and get someone to come and really bring that machine and dig and get a chainsaw down in there and cut those roots up. And so sometimes we have to do that in our life. We have to go to the root, and anything that doesn't serve us, because what doesn't serve you is what's blocking your genius. So that type of empowerment is what I do in the Ascension Academy. And then, of course, I have an ultimate one-on-one private where I do one-on-one coaching privately with individuals that are not comfortable being in a open setting and having those conversations, but they are determined to ascend to their highest self. And they want that one-on-one. And that's very intensive. That's 6 months.
Okay. So I noticed you said you do coaching. So another question is, how do you take away apprehension when seeking a life coach?
Apprehension. Well, the one thing that you want to do is get people comfortable with who they are. Because when you uncover and unlock your genius and you're operating in it, honestly, there is a mental as well as in your spirit. You can't leave the spirit out. And this isn't about religion, because we all know that we've got a soul and we've got a spirit. Well, all of that plays in. And when you strengthen that and you bring it in alignment, and when I say alignment, I don't mean, the moon and the stars and all that, because sometimes people confuse when you say spiritual alignment. But when you bring your spirit and then you bring your intellect mentally, when you bring that together, now what's driving your intellect and your genius is your spirit. And it's the very beautiful part, that part of divinity, that divine part that's down in there. All of the good stuff that sometimes we just have not uncovered. So it's really going to that level that makes apprehension go right out the window.
Okay, that's great. So one more question. What is the number one thing that people need in their life strategy in our communities?
Say the last part, the key thing that they need in their life strategy and
in our communities.
Okay. In our life strategy, we absolutely have to always remember that we need each other. There is power in numbers. That's we have to have that. If I'm out here doing it all by myself, then I may have some level of success. But if I'm not integrating others, remember I talked about not being the smartest person in the room. That is really important. We have to be intentional about the circles that we're in. And here's something to be aware of. When you start changing your circle, there are some people that you're going to lose. And that's because they are not going to understand why you have left the pond to go over into the ocean. They're not going to understand that. They're not going to understand why you're willing to go over the falls in a barrel, because you know that your barrel's not going to break. It may be bumpy and rocky, but you know that you're going to survive. That type of thinking without being reckless, sometimes your peers are not going to understand. And because they're not going to understand that, you're going to have the courage to move on and go into those different circles and hope that they catch up, because you can't bring everybody along. Everybody's not meant to come along. From a community perspective, I think we need more of what is happening here. We need more of reaching out and helping our younger generation, not denigrating them, trying to understand them. And from a community perspective, and this is a lesson learned for me, having an adult son now that's 42. But those were some hard lessons learned. Within our community, we cannot denigrate our young people when they do not act and behave the way that we think they should or what we deem to be acceptable. But it's easy to go and get the really great ones. It's easy to go run off to the colleges and pick the best and the brightest. But in our communities is genius. That genius, I'm going to get raw and real here. That genius just happens to be standing on the street corner with a bag of drugs. But that genius is there just like it is in that Ivy League school. It's do we have the courage to go and pull those and say, okay, there's a better way than this. It may not be the easy way, but it's a better way. But first, there has to be an understanding about what's going on in our community, because we can sit here and talk at people all day. As a minister, yeah, I can sit and, preach at you all day long. But am I being effective? I might be right in what I'm saying, but am I being effective? There's a difference. You can be right all day. Keep talking. But are you effective, and are you making the impact that you need to make? So from a community perspective, and I'm not just throwing words out there. This is, if you haven't noticed, this is my passion. I'm very passionate about giving back, going into halfway houses, women transitioning out of prison. Because if you take an individual and put them back in their environment and just send them down the street to McDonald's to get a job, guess what? That prison door is going to keep doing this. There has to be more than just, transitioning them. Is it really a transition house, or is it kind of like a escalator? You just getting on it and you think you're going up, but you're really going down because you're going to come right back to where you were. That's what we need in our community to stop that. If we could put every, I'm going to say, public defender, some attorneys, not all, but some judges, if we could just eliminate a lot of their jobs, that would be a good thing. You know why? Because that means that we've done some work in our community, and there are less of us standing in front of judges with public defenders having a caseload this thick.
Excellent. Excellent. Now, you talked about, people who have live in the pond and they want to go to the ocean, and you talk about people who get stuck in the revolving door. And, some people, they successfully make it out of those things. But, there's also some people who think they know it all, they have all the answers, and they get stuck in that cycle and stay in that pond. So how do you help people like that?
This is the old saying, and you may be too young to know it, but my grandmother always said, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So there comes a point where wisdom has to step in, and your spirit has to lead your intellect to know when to cut. Some people you just have to cut off. If you can think of standing in front of, let's say, Walmart, and you know how the doors open like this, and then people go in. Well, there's going to be a number of people that go in. And then there's going to be some people that just, you did all you can, but they're where they are. And what happens is then those doors close. And some people just are not going to make it through the doors because you've done all you can to help them to change their mindset, but they are where they are. And that's a hard thing to do, but you can't sacrifice all of those that are willing to go for those that are not. So that's not an easy thing to do. That takes a lot of wisdom. That takes making sure that you are totally in tune from your spirit all the way into your genius.
Yes. So, I know you said, there's people my age, who aren't, they might not be in tune with like what older people are saying. But, I want to know, are there particular age ranges that need or seek revolutionary ascension strategies or consulting? Like, can somebody my age benefit from these type of services?
Yes. So here's, excuse me, some real truth. Let me take a sip of water on this one. Excuse me. Okay. Young people, because I'm a minister and I'm quite radical. I'm not your typical minister. I'm very raw and real, and I'm intentionally wanting lives to change to really change and doing what it takes to help people to get to that change. So having said that, I find younger people, such as yourself, that are more willing to attend the Ascension Academy, to sign up for one-on-ones, or to even go. We have a lot of retreats. And we have one coming up in March 2023. And that one's in Dubai. But we have lots of retreats. We do have stateside retreats. We have all kind of retreats. Whatever fits somebody's what they need in that moment and what they can do in that moment. We've got something for everyone. Most of those people are younger. Here's the thing that I'm going to make my peers a little upset, but it's really the truth. My peers, some of them don't want to hear what I have to say. Why? Because they don't want to rip the scab off of all of that gunk that we've been holding down in there. You know, the runway of our heart, it has ash and trash on it. And if you think of an airplane never, ever lands when there's something on the runway. That plane will circle or it'll go to another airport. It will not land if there's things on the runway. It could be ice, it could be snow. If they can't clear that runway, that plane is not landing. Well, our heart is the same way. If we've got garbage in our heart, the runway of our heart, how do we expect for success and blessings to come and land there? And there is my peer group that just feel like, well, nope, that's not me. Nope, I don't operate inside of a box. I'm not in a box. I could have a conversation with someone for 5 minutes and prove to them, yeah, you are. And somebody will say, well, you know, I've got the house, the cars, the salary, the shoes and purses to match. You know, I got it all. That's not all. There's more than that. There is no sky and there are no limits. So there's all these cliches. Some of them are, like I said, some of them are good. And then some of them we shouldn't be regurgitating. The sky is the limit. The minute you say the sky is the limit, you've already limited yourself. So I don't repeat those things because for me, there is no sky and there are no limits. Younger people are receptive to that. They're like, you doggone right. I don't have any limits. Bruce Lee actually said that. And you couldn't tell him he had limits. You better not tell Muhammad Ali that he had limits. That's the mindset that younger people are willing to adopt. Put in the work, do what's necessary to get where they need to be, where some folks that are baby boomers, I'm a baby boomer, may not. I'm not saying all. So when you ask about the ideal age, I would say it's somewhere between college students, maybe somewhere between 20, 21, and I would say probably about 40. That's a big range. But when you start getting to the 45, once they hit 50, oh my God, sometimes you can't tell them a thing. It's like, nope, I am who I am. So, like I said, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make them drink. So I go and help those that want that help, that are willing to be radical, that are willing to be, because radical's not bad. We have people say that, you know, radical Islamic. I hate when I hear that, because if you radicalize something, if it's people of color, it's bad. There's nothing wrong with being radical. I can give you 3 or 4 women that were very radical in the Bible, and they were heroes. So why can't we be radical and be a hero for ourselves and the world?
Yes, it is very important to be radical and make change. Now, Miss Jacqueline, how can people get in contact with you?
Let's see. I try to make it really easy. Everybody's on social media. That seems to be the place that you have to be. So to make it really easy, all they have to do is go to Facebook, Revolution Ascension. So facebook.com/, Revolution Ascension. You can't miss me. I'm right there. You're going to see our logo and you'll see my little picture there. And just click on that book button. When you click on that book button right there, it's going to, it takes you like how many seconds to do this? Facebook, most people are already on it. You go to Revolution Ascension, you click the book button, little calendar pops up, you pick your day and time that you want to have your free 30-minute consultation with me. And there you go. I will respond back to you with a questionnaire. Why do I respond to you with a questionnaire? Because I want you to get the most out of the 30 minutes that you spend with me. It's your time. Time is precious. It's important, and it is not to be wasted. You think about time and where we are in the world. Somebody's time ran out this morning. Somebody's time is going to run out. Unfortunately, sounds sad, but this is the reality. Somebody's time is going to run out tonight. Somebody's time is going to run out before the sun comes up tomorrow morning. So time is something that we would like to control, but guess what? We don't. And I respect your time. And I want you to get something out of that 30 minutes. Tell me something on that questionnaire that I can help you get to your next level.
Well, thank you, Miss Jacqueline, for your time. I want to let you know that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
And with that being said, I want to also take this time to thank you all for tuning in with us. I want to let you know that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors and K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App down below. It's $BBXUSA. Our goal is also to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students can register for that also at the website at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so we want to let you know to remind you to donate to that scholarship fund. And we want to take this time to thank our sponsors for sponsoring us. These sponsors are NC100, Black Leaders Worldwide, Growth Empowerment Motivation Support LLC, Executive Women's Success Institute, Sweetheart Mitchell Collection, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Creative Force Studios, Work the Thing Supplements, Lotus Richey Ignites, Business Group Network, Stocks versus Sneakers, First Atlantic Insurance, Moody Capital, BHS Associates, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Margie McLean Foundation, Live Shackle Free, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Black Multiverse Enterprise LLC, Genius is Common, and Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for tuning in, and I want to let you know once again that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, host of the Successful Women Show, which airs every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.